Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Moonlight spilled through the shattered dome of Astrolith Tower, casting silver pathways across the ruined chamber where Seraphina Moonshadow stood transfixed. The ancient stones beneath her feet still hummed with forgotten magic, whispering secrets that had remained undisturbed for centuries. Before her, hovering above a pedestal of opalescent marble, a book bound in midnight leather rotated slowly, its pages emitting a soft, azure glow that pulsed in rhythm with the stars overhead. The Grimoire of Fractured Realities, Seraphina whispered, her apprentice robes fluttering in a breeze that seemed to emanate from the book itself. It's not a myth after all. Her mentor at the Crystalline Academy had dismissed the tome as mere legend, a fantastical story told to impressionable young mages. Yet here it was, its cover adorned with constellations that shifted and rearranged themselves even as she watched. With trembling fingers, she reached forward, half expecting her hand to pass through an illusion. Instead, the leather felt warm against her skin, almost alive. The moment her fingers closed around the grimoire, the tower shuddered. Dust cascaded from crumbling archways as an arcane seal, invisible until that moment, shattered with a sound like breaking glass. Seraphina clutched the book to her chest, its warmth intensifying as the floor beneath her began to glow with elaborate runes of warning. "Someone's coming," she murmured, backing toward the crumbling staircase. The protective wards of the tower had been breached, and she knew with dreadful certainty that whoever approached was not coming to congratulate her discovery. The midnight air outside the tower was suddenly pierced by voices calling commands and the unmistakable crackle of spells being prepared. Through a broken window, Seraphina glimpsed hooded figures in grey robes ascending the hill toward the tower, their staffs alight with ominous crimson flames. "There's the Order of the Obscure Veil," she gasped, recognizing the sigil emblazoned on their robes, a closed eye within a downturned crescent. The secretive order of mages who served as self-appointed guardians of forbidden knowledge, known for their ruthless pursuit of artifacts deemed too dangerous for the world. Clutching the grimoire tighter, Seraphina fled down the spiral staircase, loose stones slipping beneath her boots. The book seemed to guide her, growing warmer when she took a wrong turn and cooling when she found a safe passage. At the base of the tower, she paused in the shadow of a fallen column, mind racing as she sought an escape route. "They've sealed the perimeter with binding runes," came a low voice from the darkness, "but there's a flaw in their pattern to the west." Seraphina whirled, summoning a sphere of defensive light to her free hand. From the shadows stepped a tall figure clad in obsidian leather, face half concealed by a hood. At his hip hung a curved dagger that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the moonlight. "Kaelin Nightshade," the stranger offered with a slight bow. "And before you ask, yes, I've been following you since you left the academy, and no, I'm not with them." He nodded toward the approaching mages. "I'm here for the book. Or more precisely, to ensure it reaches its rightful keeper." "And you believe that's me?" Seraphina asked, her defensive spell still crackling between her fingers. The corner of Kaelin's mouth quirked upward. "The book chose you, didn't it?" Now, unless you prefer to explain your theft to the Veiled Ones, I suggest we depart. A blast of energy struck the stone beside them, showering them with fragments of ancient masonry. Without waiting for further discussion, Kaelin seized her wrist and pulled her into the shadows beneath a crumbling archway. What had appeared to be solid wall revealed itself as an illusion, opening into a narrow passage that smelled of earth and time. This passage connects to the old crypts, Kaelin explained as they hurried through darkness. The tower was built upon a much older structure, one the Order knows nothing about. "Why are you helping me?" Seraphina demanded, still clutching the grimoire that now pulsed with a steady blue heartbeat. "Let's just say I made a promise," he replied cryptically. "One that's cost me 20 years of my life to honor." They emerged in a moonlit glade miles from the tower, where two sleek shadow mares, horses with coats dark as midnight and manes like smoke, waited, tethered to a gnarled oak. In the distance, plumes of arcane fire illuminated the sky above Astrolith Tower as the Order searched in vain. "We ride for the Whispering Glades," Kaelin announced, mounting one of the shadow mares with fluid grace. There's a sanctuary there where we can rest until the next moon cycle." That night, sheltered within a grove of ancient willows whose branches formed a natural cathedral, Seraphina finally dared to open the grimoire. As moonlight filtered through the canopy, the seemingly blank pages began to fill with luminous script, revealing the first fragment of an ancient prophecy. "When the veil between worlds grows thin, and stars align in patterns forgotten, the 7 fragments shall be sought by the one who holds the Book of Realities. For in their unity lies the power to mend or unmake the tapestry of existence." "The prophecy of the Twilight of Realms," Kaelin murmured, his eyes reflecting the glow of the pages. "The Order has been hunting this book for centuries, fearing what it might reveal. Over the following months, as each new moon revealed more of the grimoire's secrets, Seraphina and Kaelin journeyed across lands of breathtaking wonder and terrible danger. From the crystal spires of Luminarith to the bottomless chasm of Void's Maw, they sought the 7 fragments of the celestial key mentioned in the prophecy. In the floating markets of Ether Haven, they acquired the first fragment, a shard of starlight crystallized into a perfect teardrop, after beasting a master riddlesmith in a contest of wits. Beneath the burning sands of the scorched expanse, they retrieved the second, an orb of perpetual flame, from the heart of a sleeping phoenix. Each fragment brought new understanding as the grimoire revealed more of its mysteries. The world Seraphina had known was but one of many realities created by the primordial archimages in the dawn of time. These realities once existed in perfect harmony, but something had fractured them, causing them to drift apart like islands in a cosmic sea. Now, the boundaries between them were failing, threatening to collapse all existence into chaos. The grimoire doesn't just predict the end, Seraphina realized one evening as they camped beneath the aurora-streaked sky of the Evershift Plains. It contains the power to rewrite reality itself, which is precisely why so many would kill to possess it, Kaelin replied, his gaze distant, including the one who calls himself the Weaver of Destinies. It was only after they had gathered 6 of the 7 fragments that Kaelin finally revealed the truth. He had once been apprenticed to the Weaver, a being of immense power who existed between realities, manipulating the threads of fate to his own ends. The Weaver had sought the grimoire for millennia, intending to use its power not to restore the fractured realities, but to reshape them in his image. "I was sent to find you, to gain your trust, and ultimately to betray you," Kaelin confessed, his voice heavy with regret. "But in watching you, Your courage, your compassion, your unwavering determination to restore balance rather than seek power. I found the strength to defy him. The final fragment lay in the heart of the Nexus Sanctum, an ancient temple that existed simultaneously in all realities. As they approached its gates, reality itself seemed to waver, the sky overhead reflecting impossible landscapes from worlds beyond their own. "He's waiting for us," Seraphina said, feeling the grimoire pulse against her side. The 6 fragments they had gathered orbited her like tiny moons, their light merging into a spectrum of colors unknown in any single reality. Within the sanctum's heart, they found him, the weaver of destinies, not a man but a being composed of shifting realities, his form constantly flowing between possibilities. Around him, threads of golden light extended in all directions, each representing a life, a choice, a potential future. The final fragment, the weaver's voice resonated from everywhere and nowhere, has always been here, waiting for one with the vision to use it properly. He extended a hand, revealing a shard of perfect darkness that somehow contained all light. "Join me, Seraphina Moonshadow. Together, we can rewrite existence." Why restore what was, when we can create what should be? For a moment, doubt flickered in Seraphina's heart. The power to reshape reality, to eliminate suffering, to create perfection, was a temptation almost too great to bear. "That's not our right," she finally answered, her voice steady despite her fear. "These realities don't belong to us. They belong to everyone who lives within them. Every being making their own choices, weaving their own destinies." The weaver's form darkened. "Then you have come all this way for nothing." What followed was a battle that transcended physical combat, a clash of wills and realities. As Kaelin engaged the weaver with blade and shadow, Seraphina used the grimoire to counter the weaver's attempts to unravel the fabric of existence around them. In the moment of greatest peril, when it seemed the weaver would prevail, Seraphina realized the truth. The 7th fragment wasn't an object to be found, but a choice to be made. With clarity born of understanding, she opened the grimoire to its final page and wrote a single sentence with her own blood. "All realities shall be restored, but none shall have power over the others." The words gleamed with impossible light, and the 6 fragments orbiting her converged into a key of pure energy. As it touched the grimoire, a surge of power expanded outward, enveloping the weaver and spreading beyond the sanctum to the furthest reaches of existence. When the light faded, the weaver was gone. In his place stood a tree of crystalline branches, each limb representing a reality restored to its proper place in the cosmic balance. "It's done," Kaelin whispered, gazing at the grimoire in Seraphina's hands. Its pages were now filled with the complete prophecy, but also with blank spaces, room for new stories yet to be written. "Not done," Seraphina corrected with a smile that held both wisdom and wonder. "Just beginning." As they stepped from the Nexus Sanctum, they emerged not into any single world, but into the space between realities, a realm of infinite possibilities where the boundaries between worlds appeared as shimmering veils of light. Before them stretched pathways to countless realities, each awaiting discovery. The grimoire of fractured realities, now transformed into the codex of harmonious worlds, pulsed gently in Seraphina's hands, no longer a tool of prophecy, but a guide to understanding the delicate balance that united all existence. "Where shall we go first?" Kaelin asked, his eyes reflecting the myriad possibilities that stretched before them. Seraphina smiled, feeling the weight of responsibility, but also the lightness of freedom. "Everywhere," she answered. eventually. And together, the former apprentice and the reformed assassin stepped into the first of many new realities, guardians of a balance more precious and more precarious than any single world could comprehend. Story 2. Golden threads shimmered in the morning light, suspended between ancient oaks like luminous spider silk, their radiance pulsing with each breath of wind that swept through the great forest of Evendel. They should not have been visible to mortal eyes. Yet there they hung, connecting leaf to stone, brook to sky, in patterns too intricate for mortal minds to comprehend. A tapestry of destiny made manifest in the waking world. Gandalf stood motionless beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, his weathered fingers trembling as they reached toward a particularly bright strand. For centuries, he had walked these lands under many names: the Grey Pilgrim, the Stormcrow, Mithrandir to the Elves, but few remembered his most ancient title, the Weaver. Now, as his fingertips brushed against the golden filament, memories long buried surged through him with the force of a tempest. The thread vibrated at his touch, sending ripples outward through the invisible fabric that bound all existence together. "So it begins again," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the forest's murmur. "The unraveling." The ancient wizard's eyes, blue as the deepest mountain lakes, reflected both wisdom and terrible dread. He had felt the disturbance weeks ago, a discordant note in the symphony of creation, a loose thread in the tapestry of reality. But seeing the physical manifestation of the threads of fate visible to ordinary eyes confirmed his darkest fears. The boundaries between realms were thinning. The carefully woven pattern of existence was coming undone. For 3,000 years, Gandalf had lived with the burden of secret knowledge. He was the last of the Weavers, an ancient order that once maintained the integrity of reality itself. Their final battle against the entity known only as the Architect had cost them everything. The Architect, a being of pure will, who sought to unravel and reweave all creation in his own design, had been defeated, but at devastating cost. All the Weavers had fallen save Gandalf, who had bound the Architect within himself, becoming both jailer and prison. Or so he had believed. Now, as golden threads appeared throughout Evendel, Gandalf confronted a terrible truth. The Architect still lived, dormant within some forgotten corner of his own soul, gathering strength over millennia. The threads becoming visible was no accident. It was a warning. The cracking of twigs pulled Gandalf from his reverie. His hand moved instinctively to Starfell, the silver staff that had been his companion through ages of the world. Through the golden haze of intersecting threads, he spotted a slight figure approaching, a young woman moving with the fluid grace of elven kind, though her features betrayed mixed heritage. Half-elven, perhaps, with eyes the color of amber and hair as black as a moonless night. Most remarkable, however, was the way she navigated through the threads, her fingers delicately pushing them aside rather than passing through them as they should. She could see them. "They appeared 3 days ago," the young woman said without preamble, stopping a respectful distance from the wizard. "No one else can see them but me. The village thinks I've gone mad." A bitter smile played across her lips. Then I heard whispers of a grey wanderer who spoke of golden webs in the forest. I thought perhaps I wasn't mad after all. Gandalf studied her carefully, feeling the peculiar resonance between her spirit and the threads around them. "What is your name, child?" "Lyra," she answered. "Lyra Nightshade of West Hollow." "And your mother?" A shadow crossed Lyra's face. "Ilariel of the Silverleaf clan." "She died when I was young. Gandalf nodded slowly. The Silverleaf bloodline was ancient, with roots reaching back to the First Age when the Weavers had been at the height of their power. It was possible, perhaps even inevitable, that the gift had resurfaced now when the tapestry was threatening to unravel. "These are not mere threads. Lyra Nightshade," Gandalf said, his voice taking on the resonance of ancient power. "And they are the very foundations of existence, the threads of fate that bind all things together in the great pattern." He raised his staff, causing the nearest threads to shimmer with increased luminosity. "And you, child, are a weaver born." In the days that followed, Gandalf began Lyra's instruction in the ancient arts. She proved an apt pupil, her half-elven heritage giving her an intuitive understanding of the thread's nature. Within a week, she could not only see and touch the threads, but manipulate them in small ways, binding broken objects, sensing the connections between living things, even glimpsing fragments of possible futures along the strongest strands. Yet even as Lyra's abilities grew, Gandalf's concerns deepened. The threads were appearing in more places, not just Evendel, but across the Five Kingdoms. Reports reached them of golden lights in the misted mountains, of strange auroras above the sapphire sea, of entire villages where people claimed to see invisible strings connecting them to loved ones and enemies alike. The tapestry was unraveling faster than Gandalf had feared. "We must find the others," he told Lyra one evening as they sat beside their campfire on the edges of the Whispering Plains. "Maum, the prophecies speak of 7 weavers in the final days, 7 to mend what has been torn." "How will we find them?" Lyra asked, her fingers idly twisting a small thread between them, practicing the first forms of weaving he had taught her. Gandalf drew from his robes an ancient artifact, a compass fashioned from opalescent crystal, its needle made from what appeared to be solidified starlight. "The astrolabe of Eredor will guide us." It was forged in the days when the Weavers' Council still stood in the Hidden Vale, designed to find those with the gift. As the needle spun and finally settled, pointing northeast, toward the forbidding peaks of the Frostspire Mountains, neither of them noticed the shadow that briefly passed over Gandalf's eyes, a darkness that had nothing to do with the fading light of day. Their journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. In the ancient dwarven stronghold of Khazad Vorn, they found Thorin Ironweave, a master smith whose hammered creations seemed to bend the rules of physical law. In the floating academies of Altiora, they discovered Seraphina Windwhisper, a young scholar who had been expelled for claiming that reality itself was but a text that could be edited. In the prisons of the Crimson Caliphate, they freed Zephyr the Faceless, a thief who could step between heartbeats and move unseen through any guarded door. With each new weaver they found, Gandalf felt both hope and dread growing in equal measure. For while each discovery brought them closer to the prophesied 7 who might repair the damaged tapestry, he could feel something stirring within himself, a presence long dormant, now awakening with hungry interest at each new weaver they encountered. The architect was gathering strength. By the time they reached the crystal falls of Lumina to seek the 6th weaver, a hermit known as the Oracle of the Mists, Gandalf could no longer deny the truth. With each new weaver they united, the architect grew stronger within him. The entity had been playing a long game, waiting patiently through millennia for this precise moment when new weavers would arise. Somehow, it was drawing power from their awakening abilities, and Gandalf, in his quest to save reality, had been unwittingly serving as the perfect vessel for its rebirth. The realization came to full, terrible clarity as they stood before the Oracle's cave, water thundering down around them in curtains of liquid diamond. The ancient hermit, a blind woman with skin like parchment and hair like spun silver, took one step toward Gandalf and fell to her knees. "Two souls," she whispered, her sightless eyes wide with horror. "Two souls within one form." "The jailer and the prisoner, bound so long they have begun to merge." Lyra turned to Gandalf, confusion written across her features. "What does she mean?" Before he could answer, pain lanced through Gandalf's skull, white hot and searing. He fell to his knees. Star fell clattering to the stone beside him. Through the agony, he felt it, the architect, pushing against the boundaries of his consciousness, seeking control. "Oh, he lives within me," Gandalf gasped, fighting to maintain his grip on his own mind. "The architect was never truly defeated. I bound him within myself, thinking I could contain him forever." His eyes met Lyra's, filled with anguish and regret. "But each new weaver we find strengthens him. He feeds on your awakening powers, powers I helped nurture." The oracle crawled forward, her ancient hands grasping Gandalf's. "There is only one path forward," she said, her voice echoing with prophetic resonance. "The seventh weaver must remain unfound, and the sixth must unmake what has been done." Gandalf understood with sudden, crystalline clarity. There was no defeating the architect, not while it resided within him, not while it could draw power from the very weavers meant to repair reality. There was only one solution. He must take the architect with him into the void between worlds, the one place from which there was no return. As realization dawned in Lyra's eyes, Gandalf smiled sadly. "You must complete your training without me," he told her, rising to his feet with newfound resolve. "You and the others must learn to work together, to mend the tears in the tapestry before reality unravels completely." "There must be another way," Lyra protested, tears streaming down her face. "Sometimes, my dear," Gandalf said, his voice gentle as he picked up Starfell, "the thread of one life must be cut to preserve the greater pattern." He looked up at the golden threads now visible all around them, shimmering with the beauty of creation itself. "It has been my honor to guard the tapestry for 3,000 years. Now I entrust it to your hands." Before anyone could stop him, Gandalf thrust Starfell into the heart of the waterfall where the threads converged most densely. A blinding light erupted, tearing open a rift in the very fabric of existence, a doorway to the void between worlds. As he stepped toward the swirling portal, Gandalf the Weaver turned one last time to his apprentices. "Oh, do you remember?" He called over the howling of the cosmic winds. "The pattern remains, even when we cannot see the whole design." Then he was gone, taking with him the architect and its threat to all existence, sacrificing himself to the endless void so that the tapestry of reality might endure for ages yet to come. And in the aftermath of his departure, as the 5 remaining weavers stood in solemn circle around the spot where he had vanished, Lyra noticed something remarkable. A single golden thread, thin but unbroken, stretching from her heart into the emptiness where the portal had been, a thread that pulsed with stubborn, defiant hope. Perhaps, she thought, as her fingers closed around it, some stories were not yet finished after all. Story 3. The city of Lumina burned beneath an ash-darkened sky, its legendary crystal spires, once luminescent beacons of knowledge that had guided scholars across the continent, now shattered and smoldering. Mount Dominar, silent for 1,000 years, had awakened with fury 3 days past, disgorging rivers of molten fury upon the city of enlightenment. Where the grand library had stood, with its countless scrolls and ancient tomes, only charred foundations remained, Where the observatory of eternal stars had mapped the heavens for generations, twisted metal reached skyward like pleading fingers. Through this apocalyptic landscape strode a solitary figure, his grey robes billowing in the hot winds that still carried embers from building to building. His staff, a gnarled length of silverwood topped with a clouded crystal, tapped rhythmically against the ash-covered cobblestones, each contact sending small ripples of blue light across the devastation. White hair and beard framed a face weathered by countless seasons, yet his eyes burned with the intensity of one who had witnessed the birth of stars. This was Gandalf, known in whispers as the Grey Pilgrim, the Ashen Wanderer, the keeper of forgotten flames. He had been meditating in the distant peaks of the Mistwall Mountains when visions of fire and destruction had pulled him from his contemplation. Too late to save Lumina, he now walked its ruins with purpose, following threads of fate visible only to his ancient sight. "There will be survivors," he murmured to himself, his voice rough from breathing the caustic air. There must be." A faint sound, the shifting of stone or perhaps a stifled cough, drew his attention to what remained of the archives of prophetic histories. With a word of power that caused his staff to flare with cerulean light, Gandalf gestured at the collapsed entryway. Stones groaned and shifted, reluctantly obeying his command until a narrow passage appeared. Within the partially preserved chamber, a young man knelt among scattered scrolls and codices, frantically gathering what remained into a satchel. His scholar's robes were tattered and singed, his face streaked with soot and tears. "The knowledge must not be lost," the young man was saying to himself, voice breaking with exhaustion. "The visions must be preserved." "Indeed," Gandalf said softly, causing the young man to startle violently. "Knowledge is a light against the coming darkness." The scholar scrambled backward, eyes wide with fear or perhaps awe. You're him, the Grey Pilgrim. The histories speak of your coming in times of great calamity." Gandalf tilted his head slightly. "I've had many names across many ages. What may I call you, young keeper of words?" "Orion," the young man said, clutching his satchel of salvaged documents protectively. "Or senior scribe of the prophetic histories," he swallowed hard. "Or I was until fire consumed the unconsumed," Gandalf finished, his gaze piercing. This was no natural eruption. Mount Dominar was bound by seals of the ancient compact. He stepped closer, studying Orion's face. "You've seen something in the flames." Orion's composure crumbled. "Visions, terrible visions." Ardenia's floating gardens consumed by fire from below. The diamond spires of Kalmazad shattered by earth tremors. The sapphire citadel of Westermere boiling from within as its famous hot springs become instruments of destruction. His voice dropped to a whisper. "I see them all burning one by one. 7 great cities, 7 flames, 7 sacrifices." Gandalf's expression darkened. "The septagrammatic purification," he said, more to himself than to Orion. "It cannot be." With sudden urgency, he gripped the young scribe's shoulder. "These visions, when did they begin?" 3 nights before the eruption," Orion answered. "I reported them to Arch-Scholar Malachi, but he said they were merely anxiety dreams from studying the apocalyptic texts too intensely. He left the city the day before Mount Dominar awakened." A shadow passed over Gandalf's features. "Malachi," he breathed, the name carrying the weight of ancient regret. "My most brilliant student and my greatest failure." Outside, the ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself resonated with the wizard's grief. Gandalf's eyes refocused on Orion with new intensity. "What you carry in your satchel may be all that remains of Lumina's wisdom." But what you carry in your mind, these visions, may be all that stands between the world and total devastation." He extended his hand. "Will you walk with me, Orion of Lumina? The path ahead is perilous, but inaction guarantees only ashes." 3 weeks later, Gandalf and Orion stood atop the Emerald Cliffs overlooking Ardinia, the city of eternal gardens. Unlike Lumina's academic sterility, Ardinia was a riot of life. Hanging gardens cascaded from floating islands tethered to the ground by enormous enchanted vines, with waterfalls connecting the various levels in sparkling veils of mist. Hummingbirds the size of eagles flitted between enormous blossoms, while the city's famed botanists tended to plants gathered from across the known world. All of it was doomed, according to Orion's visions. "The patterns are unmistakable," Gandalf said, reviewing the documents they had spread on a flat stone. Ancient diagrams from Orion's rescued texts matched perfectly with maps of the 7 great cities, forming a vast septagram across the continent. "The Brotherhood of Purification believes they are cleansing the world through fire, preparing it for renewal under their guidance." "But why would Malachi join such a cult?" Orion asked, still struggling to reconcile the legendary arch-scholar with the monster Gandalf described. He was Lumina's greatest mind. Gandalf's eyes grew distant. "Brilliance and wisdom are not the same, young scribe. 5 centuries ago, I took Malachi as my apprentice, seeing in him unparalleled potential. I showed him secrets few mortals have glimpsed, the underlying patterns of creation, the harmonies that bind all things together." The wizard's hands tightened around his staff. But I failed to see the darkness growing within him, the desire not merely to understand these patterns, but to control them, to rewrite them according to his vision. He traced a weathered finger along the septagram. "This ritual will channel the elemental fury of Earth's molten heart through specific nodes of power. Each city stands upon such a node. With each destruction, the ritual grows stronger. Can we stop it?" Orion asked, his voice small against the enormity of their task. "Not alone," Gandalf replied. "We need the flame bearers, those rare individuals born with the ability to channel and control aspects of elemental magic. Legend speaks of 6, one for each of the primal elements: earth, air, fire, water, light, and shadow. And where do we find these flame bearers?" Gandalf smiled faintly. "The first stands before us." He gestured toward Ardinia. "Thalia Everbloom, royal botanist of the Hanging Gardens, bearer of Earth's flame, and if my suspicions are correct..." He turned to Orion with knowing eyes. "The bearer of fire's flame has been walking beside me these past weeks, unaware of his own power." Orion stepped back in shock. "Me? But I'm just a scribe. I have no magic." "Your visions say otherwise," Gandalf countered. "Fire shows you its future path because the flame resonates within you." He looked toward the setting sun. "Tomorrow, we enter Ardinia and seek Thalia. Then, we race against Malachi's Brotherhood to find the others before the next city falls." The heart of Ardinia was a massive oak tree that predated the city itself, its branches supporting the central floating island where the Council of Cultivation met. Gandalf and Orion stood before this assembly, the wizard's presence commanding enough to gain them immediate audience despite the city's usual protocols. "A distinguished cultivators," Gandalf addressed them, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber formed within the living wood of the great tree. "I come with grave tidings. The destruction of Lumina was but the first step in a ritual that threatens all the great cities of our land. Ardinia is next." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered botanists and garden mages, but one voice cut through the din with quiet authority. "The Grey Pilgrim speaks truth," said a woman stepping forward from the council. Her skin had the texture of bark, her hair a cascade of leaves and small flowers that shifted with her mood. The roots have been whispering of fire for days now. Thalia Everbloom, Gandalf acknowledged with a respectful nod. Your connection to the earth has always been profound. Not profound enough, she replied grimly. And something stirs beneath us, something that should not be awake. Before Gandalf could respond, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. Cries of alarm rose from throughout the city as the enchanted vines anchoring the floating islands began to smoke and wither. It begins, Orion whispered, his eyes wide with the same terror Gandalf had first seen in Lumina's ruins. Gandalf slammed his staff into the wooden floor, sending ripples of protective magic outward. Thalia! We need to reach the root nexus beneath the city. It's the focal point Malachi will target. As panic erupted around them, Thalia led them swiftly through hidden passages within the great tree, descending to where its massive roots plunged into the earth. They emerged into a vast underground cavern, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi, where the roots of all Ardenia's floating islands converged around a pool of silvery liquid that pulsed with inner light. The life water, Thalia explained, source of Ardenia's botanical wonders. But surrounding the pool stood 7 robed figures, their faces hidden beneath hoods of crimson. At their center stood a tall man, holding aloft an ancient tome, bound in what appeared to be metal plates, inscribed with eldritch symbols. Malachi, Gandalf said, his voice heavy with sorrow. The central figure lowered his hood, revealing a face of ageless beauty, marred only by eyes that burned with fanatical purpose. Master, he greeted Gandalf with a mocking bow. How fitting that you should witness the second purification. Did you enjoy the first? I dedicated Lumina's cleansing to you, a tribute to the teacher who showed me the path to true knowledge. This is not knowledge, Malachi, Gandalf replied, stepping forward with his staff raised defensively. This is madness, dressed as wisdom. You will destroy everything, only to rebuild it better, Malachi countered. The pattern is flawed, Master. You taught me to see the patterns, but lacked the courage to correct them. He opened the metal-bound tome. The Codex Incendium shows the way. 7 flames to purify, 7 cities to transform, 7 steps to godhood. As he spoke the final word, the pool of life water began to bubble ominously. The other robed figures began a low, rhythmic chant. Gandalf turned to Orion and Thalia. Now, flame bearers! Channel your elements! Understanding dawned in Thalia's eyes. She thrust her hands into the nearest root, which glowed green at her touch. The vibration of her power spread through the entire root system, countering the destructive energy Malachi was summoning. Orion stood frozen, uncertain. I don't know how. Feel the fire within you, Gandalf urged, his own staff blazing with blue light as he engaged in magical combat with Malachi's acolytes. Not as destruction, but as transformation, life and renewal. Closing his eyes, Orion reached deep within himself, finding at his core a spark that had always been there, the same spark that had brought him visions of flame. Instead of fighting it, he embraced it, allowing it to flow through him, his hands ignited with white flame that didn't burn his flesh. Acting on instinct, he plunged these flaming hands into the life water alongside Thalia's earth-empowered connection. Fire and earth combined, creating a counter-ritual to Malachi's destruction. No! Malachi screamed, his perfect features contorting with rage. The pattern must be completed. But it was too late. The life water stabilized, glowing with renewed vigor. The tremors subsided. Roots that had begun to smolder healed and strengthened. Gandalf advanced on his former apprentice, power crackling around him like a storm. The pattern you seek to impose would destroy the very fabric of our world. Malachi, 5 cities remain, 5 chances for you to remember the wisdom I tried to instill, not just the knowledge. Malachi's face twisted with contempt. You've merely delayed the inevitable, old man. The Brotherhood has waited centuries for this alignment. We will not be denied. With a final gesture, he and his followers vanished in flashes of crimson light, leaving behind only the echoes of his promise. The fires of purification cannot be quenched. In the sudden silence, Orion stared at his hands. The white flames now subsided. What happens now? Gandalf placed a hand on both Orion's and Thalia's shoulders. Now we find the other 4 flame bearers before Malachi reaches the next city. The true battle has only just begun. Above them, Ardenia's floating gardens continued their serene drift through the sky, saved from destruction, for now. But on the horizon, storm clouds gathered, and in Gandalf's ancient eyes was reflected both the weight of past failures and the determined hope that, this time, wisdom might prevail over brilliant madness. Story 4. The towers of Altheria rose like crystal sentinels against the amber sky, their translucent spires catching the dying light of day and fracturing it into 1,000 brilliant hues. Perched upon the convergence of 3 ancient ley lines, the human capital had stood for 10 centuries, its foundations laid upon the ruins of an even older elven sanctuary. This duality, the human present built upon elven past, was at the heart of the conflict that had raged for generations. Tonight, however, the city glowed with unusual brilliance. Enchanted lanterns of blue and gold, the colors of both human royalty and elven nobility, lined the sprawling avenue leading to the Palace of Echoing Wisdom. For the first time in 200 years, an elven delegation had entered the city gates, not for battle, but for peace. And walking between these 2 ancient peoples, his staff of twisted silverwood tapping rhythmically against the cobblestones, came Gandalf the Grey, known in these lands as the Messenger of the Winds. His beard, white as mountain snow, flowed over robes the color of storm clouds. His eyes, deep as ancient wells, carried both the wisdom of countless winters and a weariness that spoke of too many wars witnessed, too many kings buried. "The omens are favorable, Your Majesty," Gandalf assured King Lorien as they walked the final stretch toward the palace. "The stars align for reconciliation. The blood that has soaked these lands may finally dry." King Lorien the Wise, his crown of golden leaves catching the last sunlight, nodded solemnly. Though his hair remained dark, his face bore the lines of one who had ruled through difficult times. "And it is for my daughter, Seraphina, that I do this. I would not have her inherit a kingdom at war as I did." Behind them walked the Princess Seraphina, her gown the blue of deep mountain lakes, her eyes carrying her father's same determined intelligence. At 20 summers, she had already proven herself a capable diplomat and strategist, often tempering her father's occasional hawkishness with compassion beyond her years. "The elves approach," she observed quietly, her gaze fixed on the eastern gate where slender figures on iridescent steeds had appeared. The elven delegation gleamed like living moonlight against the darkening sky. Led by Lord Elendorial of the Silver Bough, their armor seemed to flow like liquid starlight over bodies too graceful for mortal limitation. Their faces, beautiful yet alien in their perfection, revealed little emotion save for thinly veiled suspicion. As the 2 groups converged before the palace steps, Gandalf stepped between them, arms outstretched in welcome. "Tonight," he proclaimed, his voice carrying on a wind that seemed to rise at his command, "we begin to heal wounds older than any living memory. Tonight, the crown of 1,000 souls shall witness a new chapter in the saga of our lands." At the mention of the crown, murmurs rippled through both delegations. The legendary artifact, forged centuries ago when humans and elves still shared wisdom and magic, contained the preserved consciousness of every ruler who had worn it, human and elven alike. It was said that the crown could bestow the collective wisdom of 1,000 years upon its wearer. After the sundering wars, the crown had remained with the human royal line, a point of bitter contention. King Lorien raised his hands for silence. Tonight, as a gesture of good faith, I shall wear the crown during the signing of our treaty. And then, he paused, his words clearly difficult, I shall allow Lord Elendoriel to wear it as well, so that the wisdom of our ancestors may guide us both. Gasps echoed from the human courtiers. No elf had touched the crown since the betrayal 2 centuries past. The night proceeded into the grand hall, where ancient tapestries depicting the shared history of both peoples hung from vaulted ceilings. A feast of diplomatic significance unfolded. Human dishes served on elven plates, elven wines poured from human decanters, every detail meticulously planned to honor both traditions. As the ceremonial hour approached, Gandalf was summoned to the reliquary chamber where the crown of 1,000 souls rested when not in use. King Lorien awaited him there, along with Princess Seraphina and the royal artificer. Before I present it to the assembly, I would have your blessing, old friend, Lorien said. You helped forge this crown in ages past. Your magic still resonates within it. Gandalf approached the artifact with reverence. Resting upon a cushion of crimson velvet, the crown appeared deceptively simple, a band of silver-white metal etched with symbols of forgotten languages, inlaid with stones that seemed to contain galaxies within their depths. As the wizard drew near, the stones pulsed faintly, recognizing their creator. But as his weathered hands hovered above the crown, Gandalf's expression shifted from reverence to concern. "Something is wrong," he whispered. Before he could elaborate, the chamber door burst open. Lord Elendoriel entered with his guards, his face a mask of diplomatic politeness stretched thin over ancient distrust. "Forgive my interruption, Your Majesty, but protocol insists I witness the retrieval of the crown." King Lorien nodded stiffly. "Of course, we were just—" What happened next unfolded with terrible swiftness. As the king lifted the crown, a shadow seemed to pass over the artifact. The gems darkened, pulsing with malevolent energy. Gandalf lunged forward with a cry of warning, but too late. As the crown touched Lorien's brow, a surge of dark magic erupted from within it. The king's body arched in agony, his mouth open in a silent scream. Then he collapsed, the crown rolling from his lifeless head. "An assassin!" roared Lord Elendoriel, drawing a blade of shimmering starlight. His guards moved with inhuman speed, surrounding Gandalf. "The wizard has poisoned the crown!" "Father!" Seraphina cried, dropping to her knees beside the fallen king. Gandalf stood motionless, shock etched on his ancient features. "I did not. The crown has been corrupted," he managed, his voice thick with disbelief. "Seize him!" commanded the royal artificer. "No, the peace dies with our king." What followed was chaos. Guards from both delegations flooded the chamber. Accusations flew like poisoned arrows. In the confusion, Gandalf found himself backed against the reliquary wall, his staff raised defensively. "Princess," he called to Seraphina, who remained kneeling beside her father, "the crown is not what it was. Something ancient and malevolent has infected it. I must examine it." But his words were lost in the clash of drawn weapons. With a heavy heart, Gandalf made his choice. Striking his staff against the stone floor, he summoned a blinding flash of light and a gust of wind that swept through the chamber like a tempest. When vision returned to those present, the wizard was gone, and with him the crown of 1,000 souls. 3 days later, in the forgotten ruins of the Starfall Observatory, once a place where human and elven scholars had studied the heavens together, Princess Seraphina found the fugitive wizard. She had come alone, disguised in a traveler's cloak, having slipped past her own guards and the elven hunters who now scoured the countryside for Gandalf. The ancient tower was open to the night sky, its roof long collapsed. Amid crumbling astronomical instruments and moss-covered star charts, Gandalf sat cross-legged on the stone floor, the crown hovering before him in a sphere of blue light. "You risk much coming here, Princess," he said without looking up. "Less than you risked taking the crown," she replied, lowering her hood. "They call for your execution. The elves have withdrawn their delegation. War seems inevitable once more. And yet you sought me out." "Why?" Seraphina's gaze was steady. "Because in the moment before my father died, I saw your face, not triumph or malice, but horror, the horror of one who witnesses a terrible accident, not one who executes a plan." She knelt beside him. "Tell me what happened to my father." Gandalf sighed, the weight of centuries in his breath. "The crown has been corrupted by a magic I have not felt in an age." "Look closely." Within the sphere of light, the crown rotated slowly. Now, away from the palace's enchanted illumination, Seraphina could see what she had missed before, a faint violet hue that seemed to writhe beneath the silver surface like something alive. "The souls within are being twisted," Gandalf explained, "corrupted and bound into a single malevolent consciousness. Had your father worn it for more than a moment, his soul would have joined them, and his body would have become a vessel for something ancient and terrible. Can it be purified? Perhaps, but I need to understand how this happened. The crown was protected by wards I placed myself. They could not have been breached without considerable power and intimate knowledge of my magic." Seraphina's eyes widened. "You suspect one of your own. I suspect one I once taught," Gandalf corrected. "Prince Thorian of the Silver Wood." "The exiled elf?" Seraphina knew the name from court whispers. An elven prince who had dabbled in forbidden magic and been banished from his kind a century ago. "My most brilliant student," Gandalf said sadly, "and my greatest failure. He was to be part of the elven delegation, but was notably absent. I know where he might be," Seraphina said after a moment of silence. "There are rumors of an elven sorcerer dwelling in the Whispering Grotto. My scouts have reported strange lights there for months." Hope kindled in Gandalf's tired eyes. "Then we must go there, but first," he gestured to the crown, "we must secure this. While corrupted, it remains powerful. If the souls within are fully subverted, they could be weaponized. The royal vault would be the first place Thorian would look," Gandalf interrupted. "No, we need somewhere unexpected." He studied the princess thoughtfully. "How much do you trust me, Seraphina of Altheria?" She met his gaze without hesitation. "Enough to risk my crown coming here." With a nod of decision, Gandalf dispelled the sphere of light. The crown descended gently into his waiting hands. "Then there is a ritual we must perform, one that has not been attempted since the crown's creation." As moonlight streamed through the ruined ceiling, Gandalf instructed Seraphina to kneel opposite him, the crown between them. He began an incantation in a language older than Altheria itself, his voice resonating with power that made the air shimmer. "The crown was designed to be bound to the royal line," he explained between verses. "To temporarily house it within a descendant of that line, not upon their head but within their very spirit, would hide it from those who seek it." Understanding dawned in Seraphina's eyes. You want to place it within me? Only its essence. Its physical form will appear to remain, but it will be merely a shell. An illusion I will take with me as a decoy. Will I hear them, the souls? Gandalf's expression softened. They sleep now, fighting the corruption. But yes, in time, you may hear whispers of wisdom from your ancestors, including your father, whose soul was partially drawn in during that brief contact. Tears glistened in Seraphina's eyes. Then I accept. The ritual intensified, the air around them charged with ancient magic. The crown began to glow, then seemingly dissolve into motes of golden light that swirled between them before flowing into Seraphina's chest. She gasped, her back arching as the essence merged with her spirit. When it was done, a perfect replica of the crown remained on the stone floor, but both wizard and princess could sense it was now merely an object, devoid of its former power. "Undo now," Gandalf said, rising and taking up the decoy. "We hunt a fallen prince and discover how elven magic and human craft became the perfect vessel for corruption." He offered his hand to Seraphina, who took it with newfound resolve. "And perhaps," she added, "we find a way to bring true peace, not just between elves and humans, but for 1,000 trapped souls who deserve their rest." As they departed the ancient observatory, neither noticed the faint violet glow that momentarily pulsed beneath Seraphina's skin, nor the shadow that detached itself from the ruins to follow them. A shadow with eyes that gleamed with ancient hunger, patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to claim both the crown and its new bearer. Story 5. The Forbidden Mountains rose like ancient teeth against the twilight sky, their peaks perpetually shrouded in mist and legend. Common folk in the villages below spoke of these mountains only in whispers, claiming that on certain nights, when the twin moons aligned, one could see bursts of flame illuminating the clouds from within. Such sightings were met with prayers to the 6 divine protectors and renewed fervor for the royal edict. Dragons were demons, their magic blasphemy, their very existence an affront to the natural order. Yet high among those treacherous peaks, beyond ice fields and narrow passes that claimed the lives of would-be dragon hunters, sprawled a hidden valley impossibly lush and warm, despite the surrounding snow. Steam rose from pools of water heated by underground vents, and ancient pines grew alongside flora found nowhere else in the northern realms. This sanctuary, known as the Ember Vale, was home to the last dragons of Eloria and to their sole human protector. Gandalf the Flamekeeper stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the sanctuary, his weathered hand resting on a staff of gnarled ashwood topped with a crystal that pulsed with inner fire. His beard and hair were white as the surrounding snow, though his eyes burned with the intensity of one who had witnessed the birth of stars. A cloak of midnight blue draped his tall frame, adorned with subtle runes that shimmered when touched by firelight. "They grow restless," he murmured to himself, watching as 3 dragons, one emerald, one amber, one the color of burnished copper, circled in the air above the central caldera. Their wingspans, once grand enough to cast shadows over entire villages, had diminished with each generation born in hiding. Their flames, once hot enough to melt castle walls, now barely warmed the valley during the harshest winter nights. The dragons were fading, just as their magic faded from the world, and Gandalf, last of the Dragomantes, those who could channel the ancient power of dragonkind, felt their decline as a physical ache in his bones. A low rumble shook the ground behind him. Turning, Gandalf met the gaze of Zaranthe, eldest of the remaining dragons. Her scales were the deep midnight blue of the sky between stars, and her eyes held the wisdom of 7 centuries. The winds bring dark tidings, old friend, she spoke, her voice resonating not through air but directly in Gandalf's mind. The Ice Empress moves south. Her armies have crossed the Frostmere. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. So soon. The seers predicted we had another year at least. Seers cannot predict what they cannot perceive, Zaranthe replied. Svanya's power grows. The eternal winter follows her like a shroud. At the mention of that name, grief flickered across Gandalf's features. Svanja. Once his most promising apprentice, now the greatest threat the Five Kingdoms had faced in an age. She who had discovered how to bind the essence of winter itself, making herself immortal in the process, but at a terrible cost. We must accelerate our plans, Gandalf said, turning back to the vista below. The sanctuary will not remain hidden much longer. Not from her. Before Zaranthe could respond, a distant horn echoed through the mountains, 3 short blasts followed by a longer one, the warning signal from the outermost sentinels. An intruder approaches, Zaranthe hissed, smoke curling from her nostrils. Alone! Gandalf raised his staff, the crystal flaring with brilliant light as he extended his senses beyond the valley. He felt a presence struggling through the snow, young, determined, and surprisingly familiar, though he could not place how. Not an ordinary hunter, he mused. There is something different about this one. I will meet them at the Sentinel Pass. Prince Thalen of Everdale had never felt so cold, so lost, or so certain he was being watched. The blizzard had intensified over the past hour, reducing visibility to arm's length and turning the narrow mountain path into a treacherous sheet of ice. His royal finery, though lined with fur, provided little protection against the unnatural bite of the wind. Shelter, he gasped through chattering teeth. Any shelter. As if in answer to his plea, a flicker of light appeared ahead, a lantern or torch bobbing through the whiteness. Thalen stumbled toward it, hand instinctively moving to the ceremonial sword at his hip, a blade that had never drawn blood and would likely shatter if used in actual combat. Who approaches the Forbidden Mountains alone, when even the wolves seek shelter? Came a voice, somehow carrying clearly despite the howling wind. The figure that emerged from the blizzard was tall and imposing, leaning on a staff that glowed with inner fire. His beard and hair whipped wildly in the gale, yet he stood as unmoved as the mountains themselves. I am Thalon, Crown Prince of Everdale, he shouted above the wind, summoning what dignity remained to him. My kingdom has fallen to the Ice Empress. I seek... He hesitated, the words sounding madness even to his own ears. I seek the dragons. The old man's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. Dragons are demons in your land, are they not? Hunted and slain under pain of death by royal decree, your father's decree, if I'm not mistaken. Thalen swallowed hard. My father is dead. Svanya's generals hang his frozen body from the palace gates as a warning. Bitter tears threatened to freeze on his cheeks. I need allies, even demonic ones. And what makes you think dragons would aid the son of a dragon slayer? Because... Thalen's voice broke. This was his deepest secret, the one that would have seen him executed had his father discovered it. Because I can hear them. In my dreams, in my waking hours sometimes. Their voices, their songs, since I was a child. He looked directly into the old man's piercing gaze. They led me here. For a long moment, the stranger studied him, seeming to peer beyond flesh into soul. Then, abruptly, he turned. Follow close, Prince of Everdale. Step where I step, or the mountain will claim you. The Ember Veil revealed itself to Thalon like a fever dream. One moment they were traversing a narrow ice tunnel, the next emerging into a valley so warm he immediately began to sweat in his furs. Steam rose from countless hot springs, and vegetation that had no business thriving in the Forbidden Mountains grew in riotous profusion. But it was the dragons that stole his breath. 7 of them, ranging from the size of a warhorse to larger than the royal castle's great hall, basked around the central caldera or perched on rocky outcroppings. Their scales shimmered in hues Thalon had no names for, colors beyond the rainbow, some seeming to shift depending on how the light struck them, and the voices in his mind, once distant whispers, now rose in a chorus of curiosity, suspicion, and ancient wisdom. They're magnificent, he breathed. They are the last, his guide said solemnly. Where once thousands darkened the skies of Eloria, now only these few remain. I am Gandalf, the last of those who walked with dragons as equals, the last Dragomante. Thalon turned to him in confusion. Dragomante. Those blessed, or cursed, depending on one's perspective, with the ability to channel the magic of dragons. Gandalf's eyes took on a faraway look. We were once many, mediators between dragonkind and humanity, keepers of ancient wisdom, teachers of responsible magic. He fixed Thalon with a penetrating stare. And now, it seems, there may be one more. You, Prince Thalon, carry the dormant gift. The dreams, the voices, these are but the first stirrings of the Dragomante's power within you. Before Thalon could process this revelation, a shadow passed overhead. Looking up, he saw the largest dragon he had ever imagined descending toward them, midnight blue scales shimmering like stars in a night sky. "Zaranthe has been expecting you," Gandalf said with the hint of a smile, though I suspect neither of us anticipated quite how soon. Days turned to weeks as Thalon trained under Gandalf's tutelage in the Hidden Valley. The prince who had arrived half-frozen and desperate was gradually replaced by a student of the old ways, learning to hear not just the voices of dragons, but to understand their ancient language, to feel the flow of their magic, and eventually to channel small aspects of their power through his own body. His first successful casting, summoning a flame to his palm that burned without consuming, left him giddy with achievement and trembling with the implications. Everything he had been taught about dragons being demons felt like ashes in his mouth now. These creatures were ancient, wise, complex, and infinitely more honorable than many humans he had known at court. "Your progress is remarkable," Gandalf observed one evening as they sat beside one of the hot springs, the nearby dragons humming a melody that vibrated through the stones. "The gift runs strong in your bloodline, though your ancestors did their best to bury it." "My bloodline?" Thalon looked up sharply. "You mean the royal house of Everdale descends from one of the greatest Dragomante houses of the Old Age?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled. "Ironic that they became the most fervent dragon hunters, is it not? Often we most vehemently reject that which we fear lies within ourselves." Thalon absorbed this in silence, watching steam curl above the water. Finally, he asked the question that had burned in him since his arrival. "Can we defeat her, Svanja and her armies?" Gandalf's expression grew somber. "Svanja was once my most gifted student. She discovered ancient texts that spoke of the winter binding, a ritual to harness the essence of primal winter. I forbade her from pursuing it, foreseeing the corruption it would bring." His voice grew heavy with regret. "She defied me, performed the ritual in secret. The power it granted her was immense, but the price was her humanity. And now she brings eternal winter wherever she goes," Thalon said quietly. "There is a way to break her binding," Gandalf continued after a long pause. "The texts speak of it, the essence of eternal flame, the direct opposite of her winter binding, could shatter the spell that preserves her immortality." Eternal flame? Thalen's gaze drifted to the dragons around them. You mean the heart of a dragon, Gandalf confirmed grimly. Not just any dragon, but one of the ancient bloodlines. Unlike Saranthi, horror dawned on Talon's face. But that would mean sacrificing one of the last dragons to save humanity from endless winter. Gandalf's ancient eyes reflected firelight and sorrow. This is the choice that has haunted me since I felt Svanya's armies begin to move. Save the dragons I've sworn to protect, or save the 5 kingdoms from eternal ice. Thylon sat in stunned silence, understanding for the first time the true weight Gandalf carried. Around them, the dragons continued their humming, unaware, or perhaps all too aware, of the impossible choice that lay before their guardian. There must be another way, Thalon finally said, determination hardening his voice. I refuse to believe our only options are extinction by ice or sacrificing the last dragons. Gandalf studied the young prince, seeing in him something that had been missing from the world for too long, hope untempered by cynicism, determination unmarred by compromise. Perhaps, the old Dragomante said slowly, that is precisely why the dragons called to you, not to make the choice I could not, but to find the third path I could not see. In the caldera beyond them, the dragon's humming changed pitch, becoming something like a song of ancient possibility, and high above the ember veil, beyond the protective mists, the first scouts of Svanya's immortal army began their ascent into the Forbidden Mountains, bringing with them the creeping chill of a winter that would never end. Story 6. A violet mist crept through the ancient pine forest at the base of the nebulous range, writhing like spectral serpents between gnarled trunks and over moss-covered stones. Where the unnatural fog touched wild creatures, their eyes would glaze with an amethyst sheen before they turned on each other with uncharacteristic savagery. Birds fell upon birds, wolves upon their own pack, as if some primal madness had taken hold of the woodland. High above this corruption, atop the tallest peak known as Sentinel Spire, a solitary figure stood watching the spreading plague with eyes that had witnessed the turning of ages. His grey robes and long silver beard fluttered in the mountain wind, and his gnarled hands gripped a staff of twisted ironwood topped with a crystal that pulsed with inner light. This was Gandalf the Wise, keeper of forgotten knowledge, guardian of ancient seals, and bearer of a terrible secret that had haunted him for 5 centuries. It cannot be, he whispered, his voice swallowed by the howling wind. The binding was meant to last 1,000 years. Yet the evidence spread before him like a violet wound upon the land. The mist that now seeped from the very stones of Mount Celestial, the sacred peak that housed his greatest triumph and deepest shame, carried the unmistakable signature of his brother's magic. Valandor, once called the Illuminator, whose brilliance had outshone Gandalf's own until ambition had twisted that light toward darkness, or so Gandalf had believed when he had sealed his own blood within the mountain's heart. Now, after 500 years of solitary vigilance, doubt gnawed at the ancient wizard with sharper teeth than time itself. Had he been wrong? Had he, in his righteous certainty, condemned his brother unjustly? Worse still was the fear that had awakened him from meditation 3 nights past, that the violet mist carried not only Valandor's essence, but something older, something that had perhaps been using his brother all along. A cold certainty settled in Gandalf's bones. The seal was weakening. Soon, what was bound would be free, and all the 5 kingdoms would pay the price for his failure. With a heavy sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries, Gandalf turned from his vigil and entered the small stone dwelling that had been his home for longer than most mortal lives. Within minutes, He had gathered the few possessions needed for his journey, ancient tomes bound in materials unknown to modern scholars, pouches of herbs and crystals with properties forgotten by contemporary alchemists, and a map so old its parchment had begun to fuse with the dragonhide case that protected it. Most importantly, he retrieved a small iron box from beneath a flagstone marked with runes of warding. Within lay a fragment of crystal, no larger than a child's fingernail, that pulsed with a blue-white light in perfect rhythm with the crystal atop his staff. "The first shard of Eloria's scepter," Gandalf murmured, carefully securing the box within his robes, one of 7 scattered across the realms. The scepter of Eloria, the artifact he had used 5 centuries ago to bind Valandor within Mount Celestial. The same artifact he had then broken into 7 shards and hidden throughout the 5 kingdoms, believing it too powerful to remain whole, even in his own keeping. Now he would need to reassemble what he had sundered, to strengthen a seal that was never meant to fail in his lifetime. 3 weeks later, Gandalf stood before the towering obsidian gates of Ravenspire, the ancient fortress city carved into the cliffs of the Eastern Kingdom. Unlike the other realms, which had largely forgotten the old magics in favor of commerce and petty politics, the East still remembered, still feared, still prepared. The guards, tall women in armor of blackened silver, their faces covered by masks resembling ravens' beaks, crossed their spears as he approached. "State your name and purpose, wanderer," commanded the taller of the two, her voice echoing hollowly from behind her mask. "And I'm known by many names in many lands," Gandalf replied. "But here I was once called Stormcrow, for I often came before Calamity." The guards exchanged glances. "Stormcrow is a name from legend," the second guard said skeptically. "He would be ancient now." Gandalf's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Indeed." Before further challenge could be issued, a horn sounded from atop the battlements, 3 long notes followed by 2 short. The guards immediately straightened and stepped aside. "The Raven Queen will see you, Stormcrow," the first guard announced formally. "You are expected." Expected. That single word troubled Gandalf more than any challenge might have. It suggested foreknowledge, perhaps even prophecy. Neither boded well in these dark times. The inner sanctum of Ravenspire was a vast chamber hewn from the living rock of the mountain, illuminated by countless candles suspended in hanging iron baskets. At its center, upon a throne of glossy black stone veined with silver, sat the Raven Queen, a woman whose true age was impossible to discern. Her skin was pale as moon-touched snow, her hair black as a starless night, and her eyes were the violet of the mist that now plagued the nebulous range. "Gandalf the Grey," she greeted him, her voice like silk drawn over steel. "The wise, the wanderer, the warden of the seal. Have you come seeking the second shard at last?" Gandalf's grip tightened imperceptibly on his staff. "You know why I have come, Lady Morozova." "I know many things, old friend. I know the mist rises from Mount Celestial. I know it carries your brother's essence, twisted and corrupted. I know you seek to reforge what you broke." Her violet eyes gleamed in the candlelight. "What I do not know is whether you truly understand what you bound within that mountain." A chill that had nothing to do with the fortress's perpetual cold crept up Gandalf's spine. "Speak plainly, lady. Time grows short." "Indeed it does." She rose from her throne with fluid grace. "Come. The shard you seek has been waiting for you." She led him through narrow passages that descended deep into the heart of the mountain until they reached a circular chamber dominated by a pool of water so still it resembled black glass. Floating above its center, suspended in a column of pale light, was a crystal shard identical to the one Gandalf carried, save that this one pulsed with a violet light that mirrored the Queen's eyes. "And the second fragment of Eloria's scepter," she said softly, "guarded by my line since you entrusted it to my grandmother's grandmother." Gandalf stepped toward the pool, but the Queen's hand on his arm stopped him. "Before you take it, you should know what the waters have shown me." Her voice had lost its regal authority, replaced by something almost like compassion. "Valandor was not corrupted by ambition, as you believed. He was infected, possessed by something far older than either of you, something that has been waiting, gathering strength within the mountain all these centuries." The words struck Gandalf like physical blows. "What are you saying?" The entity called to him through the ancient tomes you both studied. It needed a vessel of immense magical potential. Valandor was simply more receptive than you. Her gaze was steady, unflinching. "When you sealed him away, you unwittingly did exactly what the entity desired. You provided it with 5 centuries of uninterrupted access to a powerful vessel, one bound by your own blood and magic." Gandalf's face had grown ashen, and now it seeks freedom. It already has a measure of freedom through the mist, but yes, it seeks to break the seal entirely. And when it does, it will have not only Valandor's power at its disposal, but the accumulated knowledge of 5 centuries spent studying the very seal that binds it, your magic, your methods, your weaknesses. For a moment, the weight of this revelation seemed to age Gandalf visibly. Then, with a deep breath, he straightened his shoulders and met the Queen's gaze. "All the more reason to reforge the scepter with haste," he said grimly. "Do with it whole once more, I can strengthen the binding, perhaps even find a way to separate Valandor from this entity." "And if that proves impossible?" the Queen asked softly. "But if your brother is too deeply entwined with what possesses him?" Gandalf's eyes grew distant, seeing not the chamber but a face from centuries past, younger than his own, more handsome, with eyes that had once shone with the same passion for knowledge that had driven Gandalf himself. "Then I will do what must be done," he answered, his voice hollow. "And as I did before." The journey from Ravenspire took Gandalf through lands increasingly touched by the violet mist. Villages stood abandoned, their wells tainted, crops withered in once fertile fields. Those few inhabitants who remained moved with the jerky, unnatural gait of puppets, their eyes glazed with amethyst light. They would attack travelers on sight, driven by a hunger that no food could sate. Gandalf avoided confrontation where possible, using wards and illusions to conceal his passage. But as he neared the border of the Western Kingdom, where the third shard was hidden, he found his path blocked by a sight that stopped him in his tracks. A young man stood in the center of the road, seemingly untouched by the corruption that blighted the landscape around him. His features bore a striking resemblance to ones Gandalf had not seen in 5 centuries, the same proud jawline, the same intelligent brow. But where Valandor's eyes had been blue as a summer sky, this young man's were a deep, burning amber. "Greetings, uncle," the stranger said, his voice carrying an odd resonance, as if multiple voices spoke in perfect unison. "I've been waiting a very long time to meet you." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. "Who are you?" "I am Crozar, son of Valandor." A smile that didn't reach his eyes spread across the young man's face, "though my father hasn't been entirely himself for some time now." "Impossible," Gandalf breathed. "Valandor had no children." "Not before you sealed him away." "No." Crozar took a step forward, and Gandalf noted with alarm that no footprint appeared in the dust beneath his boots. but the entity that dwells within him has had centuries to experiment with the creation of life from magic alone. I am the 9th attempt, the first to survive beyond a year. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's ancient eyes. You're not truly his son. You're a construct, a vessel created by whatever possesses him. A crude assessment, but not entirely inaccurate. Another step forward. I am Valandor's blood and magic given form, shaped by the will of the Ancient One who guides him, and I have come with an offer. Uncle. I'm listening, Gandalf said cautiously, surreptitiously preparing a defensive spell. The Ancient One has no quarrel with you, nor with the 5 kingdoms. Its war is with those who imprisoned it eons ago, beings you know as the Celestial Guardians. Release my father from his binding, and the Ancient One will depart this realm to continue its vengeance elsewhere. And leave Valandor behind? Gandalf's tone made it clear he doubted this outcome. Crozar's smile faltered slightly. The Ancient One requires a vessel, but it need not be my father eternally. I was created for this purpose, to be the next vessel, allowing Valandor his freedom. For a moment, hope flickered in Gandalf's heart. Could it be so simple? Release the binding and allow this construct to take Valandor's place. But wisdom, born of centuries, tempered that hope. The entity lies, Gandalf said firmly. If it truly meant to honor such a bargain, why corrupt the land with this mist? Why drive innocent creatures to madness and violence? Collateral effects of its awakening, Crozar dismissed with a wave. Once free, it will withdraw its influence. No! Gandalf's staff struck the ground, sending a pulse of blue energy across the earth that caused Crozar to step back involuntarily. I made a terrible mistake once in not recognizing the influence of this Ancient One. I will not compound that error by releasing it willingly into the world. Crozar's handsome face contorted with sudden rage. Then you condemn your brother to an eternity of possession. The Ancient One will never release him while imprisoned. Your only chance to save Valandor is to accept this offer. There is another way, Gandalf replied steadily. The scepter of Eloria can be used not only to bind, but to cleave, to separate possessor from possessed. Once reforged, I will use it to free my brother from this entity's control. Fool, Crozar snarled, his form suddenly wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. Indeed, the scepter is flawed. It was the very act of binding that allowed the Ancient One to merge so completely with Valandor. Using it again will only strengthen that bond. But Gandalf saw the fear behind the rage in those amber eyes. The entity feared the scepter, which meant he was on the right path. We shall see, the wizard said simply, and with a word of power that made the air itself ripple, he vanished from the road, continuing his journey west by paths unseen to mortal or magical eyes. Yet as he traveled, Crozar's words echoed in his mind. What if the construct spoke truth? What if the scepter, once reforged, would only complete what Gandalf had unwittingly begun 5 centuries ago? The total subjugation of his brother's soul to an ancient evil. For the first time in centuries, uncertainty clouded the Wise One's path. But still he pressed on, driven by the hope that somewhere amid the shards of a broken artifact lay the redemption of his greatest failure, and perhaps the salvation of a brother lost but not forgotten.